Hello, gamers. How are we going today? Alrighty. Back on the night grind. So, we have got this arm here to do. And then it's all of the leg panels. Hang on, I need to fix the focus on the camera there. Just need to set up my chair at the right height as well. This should be good. Let's just get that like that. And there we are, on time. Yeah, we're on time today. It's pretty awesome, isn't it? A rare occurrence. So, yeah, we're finishing this, at least we will finish this, this gun today. And then we'll see if we can get onto some of the leg panels. Now for this, we were working on that barrel. I believe we were at the point where we were going to start going over it with the black glaze, and then see if we can start glazing some hotter tones in from the end. Although it might actually be better if I start with the hotter tones and then glaze the black over both. So the hotter tones will actually just turn it into purple if I go reds and oranges over the blues. We'll figure it out. Anyway, the colors will be Corvus Black. Grab these. I may not use those particular ones. Palador Skies are blue. And these are our two metallics that we're going to be using a lot of. Yeah, let's start with that. Okay. And yeah, I think we might do something with that front panel there. We'll see how it looks after we get the metallics all done. But maybe just like a vertical split, or like a diagonal split to blue on one of the parts might be nice. But yeah, we'll see how it looks once we get all the other shit around it done. Okay, so might be a little thick with this, but we'll see how it goes. I think it's okay. Basically gonna glaze it all along the barrel first, and then we'll come back and just glaze from a bit further down and then a bit further down. Just because we don't want it to be really bright blue at the back of it, because otherwise it'll look the same blue as what we're doing our paint in, like the paint work of the panels. We want to make sure you give it this nice sort of burnt look. You think you're gonna get a new pupper tomorrow? Oh, nice. What kind of dog are you looking at? Am I adding carbon effects? I'm trying to make the barrel here look relatively scorched. Yeah. Shiba? Ooh, cool. I've heard that they are an absolute pain to train. They're too smart. They're very funny dogs, though. The glaze doesn't work out, I can always go with a dry brush. Yeah, true. Just the right amount of spunk for the Lord Inquisitor, you think? And what breed is the Lord Inquisitor? I don't think I've asked this. You're here. Hey, Noah. She's a mutt, a mastiff, red tick hound mix. Oh, okay, cool. A little was smaller, she was the biggest of them, and she's only about the size of a grown Shiba. I mean, my dog is, she's an English Staffy, and, being an English staffy, they're pretty small as well compared to American staffies. So I would say that she's probably similar size to a Shiba, maybe a little bit smaller. Actually, probably not smaller, probably similar size to a Shiba. I think this is coming along nicely. I think I might get a little more along the bottom here. And then we'll try to darken it around this band in the middle, and then get a little bit of heat towards the end. Okay, so for the end there, I guess I'll get some thicker Corvus black and just actually paint the very end of the barrels. So that we have a starting point. Okay. I think that's pretty good for the carbon end of it. So then once it dries, I'm thinking I'll get a little bit of orange or something just around the end there and just try to blend it back that way. Just create a little bit of heat from the end. Actually, I might need a little bit more of the Corvus black to blend just the this center band. Just get a bit more water on the top of the wet palette there. Oh yeah, that should be good. just do coat over the whole thing. Help darken it just a little more. Okay, I think that's good. Maybe reduce it a little bit around here. So just a bit of water on the brush. And that should be good. Just realized I didn't do the back edge of that. That's going to be annoying. Because I'm going to need to redo that in the same sort of color as what we've got going here. Maybe I might be able to get away with just doing it in the blue and then glazing Corvus black over it without worrying about the purple. We'll see. And we'll just let this dry for a second, and then we'll get ready to go through or go over the end there in our orange or red. Let's get a little bit of the orange in our wet palette at least. Nice note for a night. How you going, Tiki? Hello, peeps. Hey, Silver. Yeah, let's see if we can just get... Let's see if we can do a little blend of the red and orange here. Just while we wait for the gun to dry. Finish painting your first katana? Oh, nice. Which one did you do, Muck Muck? You're doing well. We're going to build some more Chiha tanks tonight. Then you have to paint all 7 of them. That's going to be fun. Painting 7 tanks. Bubble on the wet palette that I'm trying to pop, and I just cannot. There we are. Got it. 2 nights showed up in the mail today. You were happy. I think I will have some nights showing up in the mail in the next few days, which is going to be very cool. But I won't be able to touch them until I get back from my brother's wedding, because I'm leaving this week. So there won't be, also they say this week, next week, like midweek, so there won't be any streams next week, which will be sad. But once I get back, I'm gonna go all in on those notes, hopefully. There's the Nightbringer, but glowing it was hell for some reason. You got it was hell for some reason. You got it for 20% off. Oh, okay, that's not bad. How did I get this paint on my hand? This hand didn't even touch the orange bottle, I don't think. Let's just see if we can get a little bit orange around the tip there. And we're probably going to need to glaze over this with the Orvis Black again. This is a bit too strong. But I reckon what we'll do is we'll glaze the orange inward and then we'll glaze the black back out. I think what we'll do is we'll do orange and then we'll glaze red outwards from it. And then we'll glaze black over the top of it. Painted it light blue and brown, it reminds you of a Scooby-Doo monster. Pile of Shane has grown out of control, not buying any more miniatures till the Krieg come out for pre-order. Silver, I thought you were in control of your pile of shame. If even you have gotten to the point where it's too much, I am scared of what it looks like. Okay, Steam notification. I was very confused for a second. Steam just trying to sell me shit. And I'll do another coat of the orange, and just so it's a cleaner, like, brighter finish, and then we'll glaze the red in, and then we'll glaze the black back out. You've taken a few weeks off from painting? Ah, okay. But you haven't taken a few weeks off from buying minis. Correct. Perfect. That's the way it should be. Yo, hey Technic. Yeah, the orange is getting a sort of green hue from going over the blue. So hopefully the red will swing it back into the purple sort of range. And then we can hover over it with the Corvus Black. Get rid of any of the weird discolorations and make it less gross. You need to get off and eat. You'll pop back later. Righto. See you later, Silver. The issue I've got is that the orange is an airbrush paint, and I've got it on the wet palette, so it's very, very thin. So it's hard to block out these solid sections that I want. Finally reorganizing your work area. Oh yeah. They're getting a bit fucked. A little bit too chaotic to put up with. had a system, but it can be better. Yeah, I go in the opposite direction. I start with a system, and then the system dissolves. I don't then improve the system. My paint drawer has become the most disgusting zone imaginable. Originally, I had them organized by color and that sort of thing. It was like nice, and I could just look at it and go, oh, okay, here are reds, blues, and it gets darker as we go this way. Now it's just like the paints are just in there, and I have to go digging. Maybe it's just your screen, but that red's coming across as seriously orange. On the end here, this is orange. That's just straight red on the panel though. But the tip of the barrel is orange. That is going to be a little too strong. Let's see if we can thin this down a little more. There we are. Paints will be organized by brand and color, and minis by where they are in the painting process. So from not built to painted. I cannot be that organized. That is a mammoth effort for me. I also don't have enough space to really organize that specifically. So for me to just be like, instead I just have mounds of stuff. You're organizing due to lack of space? Yeah, my issue is my lack of space means that I don't really have anywhere for, like, to put things in designated places. Every time I do something, I need to move shit out of the way. Oh, hey, Jesus. Yeah, I want to get more red tones in this, but the orange, the bits of really wet orange are just not drying. That keeps changing the red that I have on my brush into orange, which is irritating. But at the same time, I am then spreading out the orange thinner, so it's gonna dry a little quicker, hopefully. But yeah, once all of this orange around the tip of the barrel dries, we'll be able to bring our red glaze in closer. And then hopefully then we'll be able to make this look a little bit less jarring. I think it looks all right from the side-ish, but from the front it really does not. And yeah, we'll help blend it with some black. Yeah, as it is, our red is reading as quite orange. In fact, what I might do is I'll go with this red, one more glaze at about this distance, and then I'll get a much darker red, probably corn red or something like that, which is it's a cooler red rather than a warm red like what we've got here, and pull that over it, and then we'll use our Corvus Black to sort of bring it back in line. Why didn't I go live yesterday? Because I was working yesterday. And that wasn't on the schedule. Yeah, pretty sure if I go to posts. Yesterday was Friday. Yeah, didn't have it on the schedule for yesterday. You lost one too many things and said that you're organizing a missing base for Skaven. As in, you're like getting all of the things, like you're gonna use all the different things that you've lost for a Skaven base. Is that what you mean? Time zone. Today is Friday. So Mark on the schedule, all of the times are listed as GMT plus 10 for the time zone, which means that for me it is Saturday, and that's when all of my things are like. So that's how it's how it is for me. So you'll need to sort of do a conversion, because I can't really list every time zone on the schedule because there's not enough space and it'd get really confusing. So I just specify which time zone it's listed in. You only know your own time. No, but what you can do is you can punch a, like, if you go into YouTube, you can just go GMT plus 10 to local time, and it should convert. Like if I go here and I just type like plus yeah, it's well, otherwise you could just like go, what is the current time in GMT, and if you're GMT -3, then that means that you are 13 hours behind me, for example. Howdy, delinquents. How you going, Gavin? You thought the same for a second, then went, oh yeah, Australia's a day ahead. Yeah. It's a bit weird. I think the only people that are further ahead in time zones than us are New Zealand. And maybe some Pacific Islands. There we are. The corn red definitely has a bit more of that sort of cooler, cooler red to it than the more orange hues that we had. Feeling good? Just going over your purchases from last night. Would these be miniatures that you have purchased? Maybe unwisely. Got the Stormdrake Guard and Spire Hunters box for half off. Right, okay. Not bad. Next week you have the Battle Force box, your 3D printer set up and 3 commissions arriving. Busy man. Yeah, next week I've got 3 Battle Force boxes arriving and I won't be able to admire them because I'm then going to be flying interstate. Not really unwise purchase, ended up spending far less than you thought you would. Yeah, that's always a nice surprise when you go to buy something and it's just like, oh, okay, it didn't hurt. Here we are. I think this is coming along nicely now. I'm going to need to do something about the end here. This is very gross. I might just darken around the barrel there on the front, and then just have the barrel itself be red-hued. You don't have a local shop with a discount, but what you do have is a guy who doesn't change the prices once he puts them on the shelf, so if you wait long enough, the discount gets outrageous. Fair enough. It's a place you and your friend go to every year. They've got some young people running the place now and aren't as organised as in years past. So by the time you got to the register, you had to put some stuff back on the shelf, right? think there are about 400 people there this year, so pretty intense. That is quite a lot, jeez. Okay, I think this is coming along. It's getting more to the sort of thing that I want. It's slow goings, but we're getting there. What night is this? This is still the Questoris that we've been working on forever. I'll never finish this. Shut up. I'm working on it. I'm trying my best. Maybe that's the issue. It's because I'm trying my best that I'll never finish this. Put flames on it. I mean, I'm coming pretty close with what I'm doing here. Like, the heat on the muzzle is pretty close to putting flames on it. You also ordered your computer today, so that was $1,200. Yeah, all the spending happen, like whenever you spend money, it always happens all at once, and it feels really bad. It's like, you can go a long period of time where you've like saved money pretty well, you're going pretty good, and then it's just this one time of year where it's just like, Fuck, where has it all gone? Unite from Battle Force is just going to be Canis, it'll be fine by the power of magnets. I guess because Canis has a lot of pre-done heraldry, so you don't need to worry too much in that regard, yeah. Imagine being smart enough just to use the stuff they provide you with. Why'd you buy the Battle Force? I bought the Battle Force Muck. It's a good Battle Force. It hurts less when it's a planned purchase. Yeah, the Battle Force boxes that I purchased were not planned. Some of them were. One of them was, one of 3. You were forced to buy a new car last year and that wasn't fun, got bent over. Yeah, that would be very rough. Get more war dogs than you need. No, armages are so good. I reckon 4 armages is plenty. You need 0 war dogs. No, the little guys are awesome. You can't have an army just made out of big bastards. Like, it's cool, but it's not as cool as having the little men. The bigger the better. The big knights are really cool, yes, but the little knights are also really cool. Poor Catan, 1,000 points list. You need some mobility. Yeah, like, the armages are little speedy boys. They're so cool. Armages are the opposite of cool. You don't understand the appeal of the streamlined little beast. Like, the armager is just like a guy zooming around in his big mech, or I guess in his little mech. It's still a lot bigger than a person, so I guess it's a big mech. But yeah, it's a guy zooming around. What's not to love about that? And so we'll let that dry. And I might see if I can do a tiny little edge highlight with orange. I feel like Muck is the kind of person who doesn't care about tactics, just likes things that go kablooey. But like, even not from a tactical standpoint, armagers are just really cool because they're so fast. Like, imagine a knight's list that's made up entirely of armagers. You're just swarming them with these mechs. Like 2,000 points of armagers. you'd get like 16 or 17 of them, no? Is there like 130 points? If you wanted fast, you'd use White Scars with only Dreadnoughts. No, it's not the same. Big boys serve their purpose, but so do their little brothers. Exactly. And also having an army of little brothers only seems really funny. Chaos Knights with big demons. I guess you could run Chaos Knights with greater demons as part of the army, so that could be cool. Yeah, I think I'm happy with this. I think that's good for the barrel. I was going to glaze some more black over it, but I think that I don't need to. I think that it's worked out pretty well. So, what now? We were gonna do Calidor Sky on that half. We've barely even started, and my wet palette is already almost full. All things considered, you're right. I don't think you considered all things, Mac. You're just writing off the armages. It's an unfortunate loss. Yeah, I think for the future nights, I'm going to use my airbrush a lot more, because as much as I enjoy doing this with my brush, I think for layering all of like the base colors, the airbrush would definitely just make it a lot quicker, a lot easier, and I can get some nice gradients going with it as well. Because I don't use my airbrush enough. And humble to boot, exactly, the smartest ever. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, Mark Mark. What would we do without you? I am grateful to be able to bask in your boundless intellect. Oh, hell, Mark. You convinced 14 doesn't exist on this spree. Look, it's there. It has to be there. It has to be there, Technic. I promise. It's probably like under your thumb or something. It was on a different sprue. Working on rats. What rats are you working on? Is this still ogres, or have you gone on to some different ones? Do you all need me? Truly, Mark Mark, thank you. The prophet of this chat room. Clan rats. Oh, okay. Skaventide didn't come with any storm vermin, did it? It was just a bunch of it was Skaven's. Did it have slaves? Or was it just clan rats, ogres? Did it have Jezzails? I know it has the warp thrower, whatever it's called. It's not a warp fire thrower. It's like the cannon looking thing with the man riding it, and then the 6 rats pushing it. And then it had the rat on the rat dog horse thing. You picked up a Skaven Battle Force and Jezzail boxes last night, so cool. Yeah. The the Warplock Jezzails are really cool. You've built Storm Vermin, but they're now AdMech. I mean, aesthetically, the Skaven fit AdMech so well. Put together a Dominus as your first model and you had more trouble building the Nightbringer. Interesting. I would have imagined that the Nightbringer would be a relatively simple model to assemble. Never want to convert feet again. It's like 5 pieces, but they don't glue. What do you mean they don't glue? As in, like, they don't fit together properly? Or the glue just doesn't stick to it? Oh, because it's a resin model. You've always liked the Giselle models. You have a bunch of old school metal ones. Oh, nice. Yeah, metal models are so cool. I'm kind of sad that they don't do them anymore, because it's like, I've got a few metal Grey Knights that I inherited from a friend's brother. But that's about it. And it's like, they're so nice to hold. Like, just having the weight behind them and they're slightly cool to touch. It's really neat. They won't stick. Right. Fine cast and plastic cement won't work. So is it just super glue for fine cast resin? Or is fine cast specifically more painful than other resin? Reed, you love the heft of metal. Yeah, they're really cool. I'm so sad that I didn't get into the hobby while they were still making the metal ones. Although actually, when did they stop producing metal minis? Because I may not have been old enough to even afford anything back then. Just super glue or green stuff? Right. It's been forever at this point. You just knocked over your plastic glue and lost like half. Oh, that sucks. Man. I'd be less worried about how much you lost and just how much of a mess it would make. Does your room now reek of solvent? Yeah, it smells heavily of solvent and went into your desk mat. Oh, yeah, not good that it's gone into your desk mat. But jealous of the solvent smell. I love the smell of solvents. Huff that shit in, brother. Enjoy it while it lasts. Don't actually do that. This is not medical advice. Yes, officer, the Aussie told me to huff fumes. For legal reasons, that was a joke. What's it like huffing paint all day? Wonderful. I love huffing paint all day. Nah, the paint doesn't really smell like anything because it's acrylic. You're on the clock, can't go telling you to huff solvent. It helps the mind run freely. You love the Skaven musicians? Wait, there are Skaven musicians? Man, talking about the Skavens making me want to play more Total War Warhammer. I just love I love my rat boys. They're so good. Anyone else lick the tip of the super glue bottle to make sure it doesn't glue shut? No, I can't say that I do that, Mark. That was a yeah to the Skaven musicians comment, right? Not the licking the glue bottle. Surely, right? They played drums. Right, okay. But it's hilarious that your three favorite Age of Sigmar factions hate each other. Yeah, the musicians. Okay, not to the glue. So wait, who are your favorite Age of Sigmar factions then? Because the Skaven hate everyone and everyone hates the Skaven, so I can't really infer who you're talking about based on the Skaven. Yeah, to the licking. No way, Jesus. Surely not. Please. That's cursed. Sylvaneth, Maggotkin, and Skaven in that order, but your third favorite likes to change frequently. Right. I would say that my favorite Age of Sigmar factions are the Skaven and the Lizardmen. I'm not super familiar with a lot of the Age of Sigmar stuff. Most of my knowledge is Old World, because that's because Total War Warhammer is Old World, isn't it? Because it's got like Archaon, Everchosen, and all that, and vampire counts, which I don't believe are in Age of Sigmar. Who'd win, an Orc or a Skaven? An Orc, if they're just like straight up tussling, like the average Orc versus the average Skaven, the Orc is fucking bodying the Skaven, no question about it. That Skaven is fucked. Orcs suck, so Skaven, you don't know what the Skaven are. You don't know what the Skaven are, Muck? You're missing out. The Skaven are rats. They're giant rat men. They're fucking hilarious. They're the coolest. Cities of Sigmar is your favorite? Yeah, I don't really know much about most of the Age of Sigmar factions. I just know that the Skaven and the Lizardmen somehow made it to the New World, so they're chilling. That's why that's the worst take you've ever heard. Okay, you got some beef in the chat. You don't know Age of Sigmar. Yeah, I really like all of the Skaven from the Old World. Total War Warhammer has made me a complete Skaven fanboy. Like, I already loved the Skaven, but then Total War Warhammer was like, and I know about the clans, I know the different factions and stuff. I love them all. Like Ikit Claw just with his nuclear weapons, and Throt the Unclean. You know, Everchosen is in Age of Sigmar. Is it Archaon, though? Or is it a different Everchosen? Because I'm pretty sure Archaon Everchosen was responsible for End Times, wasn't he? Or at least partially responsible. It was Archaon? Okay. Most of the Cities of Sigmar models are just straight out of history, medieval European units, knights on horses, militiamen and such. It's basically an old Empire model in modern plastic. Interesting. Super badass minis. You guys have a fantastic mini. Is this for Archeon? I know that they've recently released some Chaos Age of Sigmar minis, haven't they? Like related to Archeon, or at least his followers. There's like it's not Archeon, but it's someone related to him on a badass fucking like Chaos horse or something that I saw on the front page of the Warhammer site recently. I don't know, my autocorrect keeps turning it to minis. You're gonna break something. Slaves to Darkness is just Archeon and his fellows. I see. Okay. And Archeon has one of the best minis to come out of GW. I will check it out in a bit. I'm interested because the thing is, I'm not a huge fan of Archeon though. Like I think I probably like him more than Abaddon, but he's still just kind of eh. He's a guy. They need to make more pure Chaos Knights like the original Chaos Knights box sets. Yeah, because that like Chaos Knights are similar to Imperial Knights, where it's just you can choose to run Imperial Knights as Chaos Knights, right? Or at least for some of them, like with the Acheron and the Lancer and that sort of thing. Like how with Space Marines you can run like the Land Raiders and the Rhino tanks and all that sort of thing as Chaos versions, rather than there being a specific Chaos equivalent to the model. You buy a small chain, you can make your Dominus Chaos. What are you going to do with the small chain? Glue it to it, no, but like where? Just like dangling it from the weapons or something? Or just like wrapping it over the armor plating? Onto the face. Okay. I really should have done the recessed parts before I started going through and doing the red that's up the top, because I'm gonna absolutely make a mess of this and then need to touch it up. But started now. Wait, why am I making Chaos Imperial Knights and not just Chaos Knights? These are the... What do you mean? These aren't Chaos. They're Free Blades. This is a Free Blade, Muck Muck. They're not... It's not a Chaos Knight. He's perfectly normal. I don't see what's wrong with what's happening here. These rats are looking real slap-choppable. There's no way on hell you're painting all of these. There's a lot of rats in there. How many clan rats was it? There's like 20 or something? There's 40. Oh, that's awesome. checked out any Warhammer games by Fat Shark. I played Vermintide 1. Maybe it was Vermintide 2. I played one of the Vermintides. I think it was Vermintide 2 actually that I played a decent bit of. And I've played Darktide a bit. I preferred Vermintide to Darktide. Yeah, I really loved playing Vermintide 2. That game goes so hard. Yeah, I feel like Darktide didn't quite hit the same sort of mark for me. I think I don't know what it was about it. I think it was just the shooting didn't feel great. And the heavy emphasis on the shooting as well. It just didn't really translate well to that sort of hack and slash that Fat Shark does. But the Vermintide, on the other hand, that shit was so good. Just like, oh, yeah. Also, I feel like the enemy variety in Darktide was a lot more underwhelming. Because a vast majority of the enemies were just kind of like, they didn't really look interesting. Whereas like Vermintide, when you're coming up against like all the different rat types, they're easily identifiable. And then the Norsemen as well, also very cool and very easily identifiable. And you get like lots of diversity, even if the number of enemy types are similar to Darktide, which I'm not sure they are. I don't know, it just felt more diverse. The soundtrack those games have is so nice. Yeah, I will say, I wasn't a huge fan of Darktide. I had fun, but the soundtrack on that game was banger. Yeah, I would say that my favorite part about Darktide was the Ogren melee when you're holding the slot like the club, and you just slap the dudes just. That shit was probably my favorite part about it. It's just like you like clutch, like last person alive. You barely survive a horde, and then it's just like 1 or 2 men left, and you just slap them to death over the course of like 20 seconds. Did you get Bolt Gun? I haven't played it. I heard it's quite good. I mean, if you're a fan of Ultramarines being Ultramarines, then there's no reason not to. Get to learn about God himself, Malium Cato, or Malum Cato. Yeah, that's the that is the definitive Ultramarine. The Ultramarine experience is Titus and Malum Cato. Why does everyone think so highly of named Ultramarines? Because the moment you get a name as an Ultramarine, you can beat a Greater Demon. True. And if you take your helmet off as well, then it's even, like, you're just immortal. Like, at that point, you just become a perpetual. It's when Malam Kato takes his helmet off, Korn himself starts pacing himself. I thought that when Malam Kato takes his helmet off, it's revealed that he is Korn. I thought that was the whole plot twist at the end of the game, no? Just Korn out for an evening stroll. Okay, I guess I'll let that dry for a bit, and we can do the blue on the other half. Man, we need more games with Necrons. Like, we just need more Necron representation. Need more Xeno games in general. Because the only games that I can think of, the only 40k games I can think of that have Necrons that are any good, or like the only memorable ones for me, are Dawn of War Dark Crusade, Mechanicus, and Battlefleet Gothic. And there should be I'm pretty sure there's Mechanicus 2 coming out. That'll be cool. But I want games where you can play as Necrons. To be honest, the Deceiver, or did the Deceiver start everything bad in Warhammer 40k? Yeah, the Deceiver is probably one of the more responsible parties. The Deceiver did trick the Necrons into becoming robot boys, which meant that the war in heaven was a thing, and the Eldar got created, which means that Slaanesh got birthed. So the Deceiver is definitely one of the more responsible parties for everything bad happening in 40k. But you could also say that the old ones could be responsible, because if the old ones had just chosen to cure the Necron tier of their space cancer, then none of that would have happened. How do you do, fellow Chaos Worshippers? Hey, Thunderspear, how you going, mate? You can play Necrons in Battle Sector. What is Battle Sector? I've never heard of this game. He started the War in Heaven and the Chaos Gods. Well, I mean, the other Chaos Gods were already still around. They were just pretty chill at the time because the warp wasn't fucked. It wasn't, like, flooded with death and despair. Yeah, but like the Deceiver is one of the people who started it. But yeah, like I said, if the old ones had just chosen to cure the Necrontyr of their cancer, then the Deceiver wouldn't have turned them into robots, and they wouldn't have been a War in Heaven either. I don't know what Battle Sector is. I don't know what Battle Sector is. Just want some good Eldari representation. Maybe with the Emperor's Children shit, the Eldar will actually, like, maybe the Yanari will get their plotline salvaged when Fulgrim inevitably shows up with the last layer blade that he stole from Slanesh's palace. But I guess it's not really, it's not the Eldar getting good representation, it's them relying on an Imperial faction to save their plotline. Well, congratulations on 500 subs, you deserve it. Thanks, Chaos. How you going, mate? You doing better at the moment? Because I know you were pretty down when you were in here last time. No, you're still a sad child? Ah, well, mate. If the Necrons kept all the Katana around, like the same area, they would have zero chance of losing anything. Yeah, but the Necrons are not... Are you talking about, like, modern Necrons? Because the modern Necrons are not united in the slightest. They're always just a part of the Imperium's plotline in the background, and when they actually get their own, it gets canned. Yep. Yep, GW hates the Eldar. They get shafted. You can play Necrons in Gladius too. Is Gladius any good? Is it like, I play Civilization and Stellaris and shit. Like, Gladius just looks like a slightly shit version of Stellaris, no? Oh, sorry, of Civilization. You two are a sad child, a sad 23-year-old. It's hard. Okay, but is it good? Like, is it well made, or does it just kind of feel a bit clunky? The Necrons are all best friends, like the Imperial Knights and Chaos Knights. Oh, true, true. They're actually they all just get along perfectly. Because I know, but yeah, like on topic of like Gladius, because I know like 40k games generally aren't great. Like they have a reputation for being just slightly clunkier versions of other games that exist in the genres. Like for example, Mechanicus was fun, but it was definitely a clunkier version of XCOM. Which was fine, because the game was still fun and engaging. But like... I feel like Gladius is competing with some very big hitters in that sort of well, it also adheres very closely to the Civilization format, from what I've seen of it anyway. I think I just need to let this dry because it's all a bit wet. Oh wow, it's raining outside. Yeah, I guess we'll go back to the red on this side. Could be the last coat of red for this bit. It's not as varied in weapons as it should be. Like the damage and health are not well balanced. Every weapon seems to more or less do the same damage in the vehicles and no tougher than the infantry. Right, okay. Yeah, because that was my sort of concern, is like I saw Gladius and I was like looking at it and I'm like, it just seems a bit meh. Like, I wasn't that desperate to play a Warhammer game. Like, I would rather, if I'm going to play a Warhammer game, I want it to be good. I don't want to play it just because it says Warhammer on it. War in Heaven should be more obscure. I mean, it is still pretty obscure. We don't have anything that's that like directly is like in the perspective of the War of Heaven, the War in Heaven. Like all we have is just like secondhand accounts of it. There's never like any direct description of the happenings of it. Just people talking about what happened. But also, like, you say the War in Heaven should be more obscure, but at the same time, I think that, like, since we learnt about it, the Necrons became so much cooler, because originally in the lore, the Necrons were just like spooky robot men that kill everything. But then, like, since they expanded on the Necrons, now they're really fucking cool. Battle Sector's better, but you prefer Sanctus Reach. So, what is Battle Sector? Because I'm also not familiar with that. Yeah, well, we let that dry. Let's get some of our... Metallic out. It's a turn-based strategy. Hey, battles. Interesting. And it's half price at the moment as well. I'm just gonna click through some of the videos on the Steam store page. Oh. Get out of here, audio. Don't want that shit. Ooh, we've got the Tau in there. I don't mind that. Is it multiplayer or single player only? Oh, multiplayer. Okay, cool. Interesting. Well, I'm googling. Remember Archeon? Oh, okay, yeah. I'll look at the Archeon model now as well. Okay. Is this the one where he's on like the winged mount? Oh, okay, that is it. That is cool. Are there any close-ups of the... What is he riding? It's like a three-headed... demon? Oh, okay, it's got like a head for... Wait, is it... Why has it only got 3 heads? Where's the Slanesh head? It's got a head for Tzeentch, a head for Khorne, and a head for Nurgle. Does Archeon oppose Slanesh? They should go into they should go more into the Catan and have more emphasis on different groups like the Space Marines. They should expand more on the sub-factions of Xenos in general, but they won't because they're not Space Marines. And also just because, yeah, GW are heavily biased towards all the human factions, and they don't give a fuck about the Xeno factions. Like, Eldar have got some decent expanding done on their sub-factions, but even still, it's not that good. Like, they've got all the aspect shrines and shit, but the aspect shrines just give, like, basic unit types. So you've got, like, the Howling Banshees. There's one type of Howling Banshee. There's the generic Howling Banshee. And it's like, come on, like, this is an aspect shrine. Like, they would train up more than just one particular unit type. They would have lots of different people who train in that style of combat. The 4th head would have added an extra $50, I see. It was a cost-cutting measure. But in that case, you'd think that, wouldn't GW want to go for like 3 heads for each Chaos God so that they could add as much value to that model as possible? the vote and have a book after 2 years. I hate that it's just become the Space Marine setting. It's not Warhammer 40,000, it's Space Marine 40,000. Like, on one hand, Space Marine fans are... They're eating well. Everyone else, though, is fucking starving. That model is metal and probably older than me. They didn't do that kind of thing back then. What's that? What's this about? Is this the Archeon model? Or are you talking about the Howling Banshees? The three-headed dragon model. No way, that's metal. Hang on, I need to look at this again. Archeon, ever chosen. No way, that's a metal model. That's a really sick model. No, it says it's plastic. The one that I'm looking at. Or is it a plastic recast of an original metal? Oh, you see what I'm looking at? They remade him. Okay, yeah, I haven't seen the original one. Hello. Yeah, because I was looking at that three-headed dragon, and I was like, that would be fucking insane for an old model. Cool idea would be Chaos Infected Xenos. Yeah, like, why do we not get more, like, why are the only Chaos units, like, Zangors, and, like, Chaos Corrupted Humans? Is it just his arms and legs to go? It is, yes. It's just, this is the only arm left to do. We've done the first arm, and then it will be the, and then it's just the leg plating. And then I guess we'll go back and do some touch-ups and weathering. We probably won't weather it too hard, but just like some touch-ups and shading, and then we will be done. But this will probably still take quite a while. Chaos Orcs. I don't think Orcs are Chaos Corruptible. Gork and Mork are too strong. Like, we could get Chaos Dwarves going with the voting. And you're assuming the legs will be fluoro pink. They won't be fluoro pink. They will have little bits of they will actually have bits of pink on them. Because we're gonna have the light effects coming up off the base, which is pink. So there will be a little bit of pink on his legs. Brother and his family were supposed to come down for the weekend to help with some housework, but apparently his sister is now sick and you saw her yesterday. Ah, that's convenient. What's the pink stuff meant to be on the base? It's just like magic flowing through the ground. I guess. Similar. Arcane crossover. True. Arcane is fucking awesome. Yeah, Arcane was really good. Season 2 was quite crazy. I'm keen to see what the next series will be. No spoilers. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna say anything. You're only on episode 4. Is this of season 1 or season 2? Season 1. Right, okay. You like how they changed Jinx so that she's not just a psycho? Yeah. Without saying any spoilers, I like that they have made her an understandable character beyond what she was in original League of Legends. Because original League of Legends is just like, she's so crazy and quirky, and also she blows things up. But now they've made her an actual character, which is really good. Yeah, they did a very good job with all the characters in Arcane. Oh, damn it, that's your type of woman. I mean, she's still a psycho, but she's not just a psycho. In League, she's like Harley Quinn. In League, she is not the most compelling character. Yes, you starting to understand why he's a sad kid. He's got a lot more depth of character in Arcane. Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, I think that's probably why they chose to go with Jinx and Vi as, like, the main characters in Arcane. Or as, like, some of the main characters to focus on, is because their lore and their, like, characters in League of Legends as it was were very minimal and not that great, so they had a lot of room to really expand on the story and really build them. You're talking more about the Harley Quinn take. Oh, it was a it was an insult to Harley Quinn, is what you're saying. You're a sad kid because your friend group is falling apart and the girl of your dreams told you just be friends because you gain feeling to something else. Trauma Dummic on YouTube goes hard. Right. I see. Were Vi and Jinx always sisters in League? No, they weren't sisters. They were like, oh geez, Rick. No, they were implied to, well, they were rivals, and then they was like they were implied that there might be something more than them just being rivals, but it was never really mentioned. But yeah, the sisters storyline was very much like an Arcane new edition. That sounded like I didn't care at all. But it's not that I didn't care at all. It's like I didn't know how to respond. It's like I don't know what to say. Like it's a fucked situation. Good thing you're perfect at hiding your emotions. Mate, that is not a good thing. Speaking from experience, it is important to be able to express yourself emotionally, because otherwise you just bottle shit up for too long and it just gets to the point where before you know it, you're just depressed as hell. Like if you need to, like, if you have people you can talk to them, because otherwise that shit just creeps up on you out of nowhere and it just gets really bad really suddenly. You've been venting to some of your friends on Discord. Yeah, it's important that you have an outlet. and that you have people who are able to look out for you, because yeah, otherwise it can get very tough just sort of bottling shit up and just sort of like, it is what it is mentality can help you cope with things, but it also can lead to you putting up with things that maybe you shouldn't be putting up with. And yeah, then you can just end up in a really bad place mentally. How do I feel about that Indian animated for Astartes might come back now that the new Secret Level show is on Amazon? It'd be really cool if the Astartes guy worked on Secret Level. That'd be awesome. But you've basically been bottling up your emotions your whole life. Yeah, it is not an uncommon story, mate. Yeah, it's really hard to like to sort of teach yourself to like actually talk to people about how you're feeling, but it is really good, because I was in a pretty bad place near the start of this year, and like I was really not doing well, and then like the people around me noticed that I was not acting like normal, and so I spoke to my family about stuff, and then it was like just actually being able to talk about shit that you're aware of. It's interesting because like you don't realize how upset you are until like you start talking about it, and then you might just start crying, and it's good to actually do that because it just gets that shit out of it and helps you like deal with your issues. On a different note, you're a caregiver for your mum, and every so often she has sleep paralysis, and apparently her sleep paralysis demon is Kurt Cobain. What the fuck? Yeah, my sister often will like, or not as much lately, but semi-frequently, or semi-often I guess, she will just wake up in the middle of the night screaming because she's had like a nightmare that there's a man standing at the end of her bed. And it's like, Jesus. And so I've just been like, because I usually stay up pretty late, and sometimes I'll just hear her like go, ah! And I'll be like, what is... I like go upstairs and I'll be like, hey, you're right? And she's like, yeah, I'm fine. Just get jacked, eat enough to grow tall, make money, chicks will come to you. Not sure if that's necessarily the best advice, because it seems like a way to sort of sideline your issues without really facing them. I think it's important to figure out the reason why you're feeling the way you are, and then figure out how to best confront that sort of thing. You wish you were joking, but your mum is deathly afraid of Kurt Cobain. I see. Because I think that it is very good to that is good advice put in the worst way possible. Yeah, because I think that exercise is very good for your mental health. Eating well is very good for your mental health, and it's good to have things that, like having money can help for your self-worth because you feel like you're not useless. But I think that shouldn't be the goal. Should not be to get jacked or to be tall or to be rich. I think the process of doing those things is generally what's good for you mentally, because it helps you feel like you have value. You don't want to cry because your parents have no idea what's going on right now, but this is the first time you don't want to bottle up your emotion. Yeah, I can't speak too much to your situation, but if you get along with your parents, then it could be good just to talk to them about these things if they're not going to judge you or that sort of thing, because at least from my experience, my parents were always pretty open to these sorts of discussions, and most people's parents want the best for them. So if you can, it's good. Like, it does feel good to talk to them about these things, even if you don't think they'll understand. Just because having someone to talk to is really helpful, mate. So it doesn't have to be your parents, though. Like, if there's just someone who you can just talk to about these things, then yeah, I think that's very important. You're in a public place at the moment and you can barely hear me, and then I screamed and it made you jump. Oh, sorry. Parents should be the people you talked about it. Yeah, it's I know that some people don't have the best relationship with their parents, so I could see why I could see hesitancy for that. Like, one of my mates does not get along well with his dad at all. But yeah, I would say that, yeah, it doesn't have to be your parents, but if there's someone in your life who you can talk to about these sorts of things, that's very important. Like a sibling or a close friend, anything like that. It's almost a week until Secret Level releases. Yeah, that'll be, I'm interested to see how Secret Level is. Don't bother talking to your mum about being a man, she can't advise you. I don't know, but at the same time, I think that, that an issue is that, a lot of the way men have historically been socialized is very much about not expressing themselves and avoiding their issues rather than rather than actually sort of getting better, or rather than actually confronting the reasons why they feel like shit. Historically, men have just been socialized to not express emotion, just bottle it up and not deal with it. And I think that's why male suicide is such a huge issue, is because there's no one that they can talk to. So I think, on the other hand, talking to your mum would be quite good, because generally women are socialized better to talk about emotions and that sort of thing. So yeah, I'd say that both, the perspectives of both your parents could be quite important. You are hoping you're the only one not filling his head with Disney bullshit. I mean, I think it's important to be able to face your issues rather than just sort of put them on the side and bottle them up. Face your issues, get jacked, make money, grow tall, issues solved. I think that those doing those things can definitely help, but I think that they shouldn't be the goal. The goal should not necessarily to be get ripped. It should be just about going to the gym regularly so that you have routine and you're able to get out there and do something and feel like you're actually improving. It shouldn't be about the goal of looking a certain way or being able to lift a certain amount. It should be about feeling better about yourself. You don't want to be super rich or overly buff. Yeah, like, I don't think that's necessarily the goal. And like you can still exercise without trying to get absolutely ripped. Like exercise is just really good. It releases endorphins, that sort of thing. I say this as someone who never exercises. I should exercise, but I'm a lazy fuck. But I know that when I have been in my more fit times of my life, that I've generally been happier just because exercise releases endorphins and it makes you feel like you're able to do things. The goal is attracting women, not some bullshit about your feelings. He's bummed he's not attractive to women, solve the issue by facing the issue. The issue of attraction is physical and financial. I think, on the other hand, the issue could be that he's placing his value, like his self-value, on whether or not he can attract women. And I think it's important to be able to value yourself without placing your value on other aspects. So by building self-worth, then you're able to feel better, or you're able to feel good about yourself. I think that the idea of self-improvement is very good, but I think that the goal should be different. You like men? Can you be attractive to men? Go for it, brother. Hello, hey Theodore. You've arrived in the middle of this the men's health men's mental health corner. This is a bit of a dicey one that we're navigating right now. Truly love someone, you want like how look you like them for who they are as a person. Yeah, I think that's yes, I think the main thing is it's important just to focus on self-worth, because if you don't like yourself, then how can you expect other people to like you? Is one, like, that's how I've thought about it. And it's about just sort of yeah, if you just start from feeling value in yourself, then everything else will follow. I think that's the healthiest way to look at it, rather than pushing and pushing and pushing to try to get a goal and not being happy with yourself unless you get that goal. Mental health is important because manliness normally means ignoring emotional response. Yeah, I think that's the big thing is yeah, when you have issues or when you feel terrible, it's important to have a network that you can talk to, and you need to figure out why it is that you're feeling bad, and then just see if there are things that you can do to help build self-worth. I think that's the main thing that you need to focus on. And like, for example, one of the things that really helps me deal with things is because little anecdote here, but for a very long time I was feeling super useless, just because I felt like I couldn't make myself do anything. Like, I'd wake up to go to work, I'd come home, I'd play games, I'd go to sleep, I'd wake up to go to work, I'd come home, I'd play games, I'd go to sleep, and it'd be like, man, what am I doing? I feel like everyone else is doing cool stuff and I'm not really doing anything. And then on my days off, I would just not get up and do anything. I'd just sleep all day, play games in the evening, go to sleep, and then wake up for work the next day. And for me, a really good thing to help break that cycle was streaming, because it's like, okay, I understand I'm not making money doing this, but I have a reason to get up in the morning and I feel like I'm productively doing something. I'm actively creating things. I'm talking to people and I feel like I'm doing something. It's given me a routine and it's been really good for me mentally. And so, yeah, I think that I don't remember how I got to this, but I would just say that, yeah, if there's an issue where, like, oh yeah, because you said you feel like you're less than everyone else, I'd say that the important thing is just finding something to do and just doing it. It doesn't have to be anything crazy. It just has to be something that makes you feel good and makes you feel productive, I think is one of the big things, because video games are really good at wasting your time. Like, video games are good. I love games, but I feel like I'm at my best state mentally when I'm playing games with friends, but then in my other hours, I'm also learning things or making things. Ever since you started going on walks, you feel infinitely better and have had more energy, and you don't have to go on 10-mile walks every day, but like half an hour to 45 minutes is a massive emotional boost. Yeah, exercise is a very good thing. The way of calming yourself is by everything, or every day you walk for about 2 to 3 miles and bike 2 to 3 miles. You get more attention from straight guys who are impressed by your physique than women if you're jacked. True. Don't do something you love as work. You're a chef at one of the nicest restaurants in the country at 19 and you hated cooking. I don't know. I think it depends. I think that there are certain things where doing what you love is awesome. I would say that cooking fucking sucks. You feel useless because all you do is sit on your ass all day unless you go to school. That sounds like you're struggling with a similar thing that I had. I would say an important thing to do. Fun fact, cardio will release not only the chemical that makes you happy, but also melatonin, which is the chemical that allows you to be relaxed or chill. Yeah, I would say Chaos. Something that I have found helps me a lot is if you feel like you don't end up doing anything on the weekends or that sort of thing when you don't have school. Is it like you go to school all day during the week and then on the weekend you just sleep all day? Because something that I've found is setting it so that, for example, setting it so that Discord doesn't open automatically when you turn your computer on is really helpful, because it means if you have stuff that you want to do on your computer, like if you want to learn a skill, then if you turn your computer on the weekend because you want to do something productive like digital art or something, I don't know, it means you can turn your computer on and not immediately get distracted by your friends messaging you to play games in the morning or that sort of thing. And that way you can just focus on other things. Or maybe just when you get up in the morning, just try to make a habit of get up before midday and go for a walk or something like that. Just any routine will really help you out. And if you have someone who can help hold you accountable to it, that's the best thing. Because for me, the only reason I'm able to keep this routine of streaming is because I schedule it and I know that you guys are going to be here, and so I need to be here as well. What kind of deep and sad should you walk into? Yeah, this is the men's mental health corner. Yeah. I mean, I think it's an important topic to talk about, and I think it's good that we are, because it doesn't get coverage otherwise. Like, people only talk about it. Like, I was going to come up with a situation in which people talk about it, but people just don't really talk about it. you're in a happy place in your life. Then Trump was elected, and now you're fucking scared. My brother is in the military, and he was like, "We are fucking terrified. Like the world is going to end." Did the world end 4 years ago? No. Yeah. I think the thing that my brother and his friends in the military are worried about is that this time Trump knows how to get around a lot of the guardrails that were holding in place last time. Discord has the friends that are helping you with your problems, so you kind of need it. Oh yeah, I don't think you should cut yourself off from it entirely. You enjoyed Arcane Season 2, especially the last 3 episodes. Don't say too much F15 because not everyone has seen it. But yeah, I'm not suggesting that you should stop going on Discord, but I think that there's a time for everything. So, because if you wake up and the first thing you do on the weekend is just go onto Discord and start playing games, then you're just kind of dooming yourself to spending the whole weekend playing games all day, every day. I think that what it's really good to do is just allocate like a set time of day from like where you're allowed to start and go, like, oh, not allowed, but like say, okay, I'm gonna go on like I can play with the boys in the afternoon. And that way it's like you wake up in the morning and you're like, you can focus on doing productive things. Like maybe you want to learn to code, want to learn to draw, want to learn to 3D model. I don't know. And then you can just focus on those things in the morning before you get distracted with Discord or anything like that, or YouTube, which things that are just easy satisfaction. Because I think when you have things that give you very easy serotonin, like watching YouTube videos or playing games or that sort of thing, it makes it hard to do things that require more focus. This might sound dumb, but why don't people just paint the pieces and then assemble them? Wouldn't that be easier? It depends on the minis. And also because when you paint them, it means that when you're gluing them together, the glue is sticking to the paint rather than to the mini, which means that they can peel apart easier. You go on Discord to talk to actual people and don't really game that much because you do a mostly digital job and you do it to stop talking to AI. But it's helped a lot. Yeah, I think that it's very important to have people that you can talk to. They don't necessarily have to be in real life. If your support network is online, then that's where they are. That's as long as you have people you can talk to, that's awesome. But there needs to be a there needs to be a goal, like that you have. It doesn't need to be a big goal. Just like have an intermediate goal. I think that learning skills is one of the biggest things that can really help with self-worth. most women will only like you for who you are. And I think, Chaos, one thing that is generally very noticeable when you meet someone is how confident they are. And confidence isn't something that people are necessarily born with. Some people are definitely naturally more confident than others, but I would say that one of the best ways to be confident is to have self-worth. And so it's a lot easier to be confident when you believe that, like, or when you feel good about yourself. And so if you focus on feeling good about yourself, then you'll come across as more confident. And yeah, I do genuinely think that learning new skills is a very, very good way to build self-confidence. Need to have a personality and be interesting, not just a meaty muscle bro, which is where the hobbies come in. Yeah, and like hobbies are skills that you can learn. They're things that you can talk about. And it's just like when you learn something, you're like, shit, I can do this now. Your goal is currently to get to 2,000 points of Tyranids. Good luck, brother. That is a lot of Tyranids. That's a lot of models to paint. But yeah, like Chaos, are there any hobbies or skills that you've thought about that like are interesting that you thought you might want to do, like learning to code or anything like that, or like maybe like learning a sport? Because if there's anything like that, set a small goal towards that. Like, okay, let's just see if we can figure out how to do this small thing this weekend. And if you can do that, that's awesome. But it has to be something that you're interested in, is the very big, that's the important thing. Nice tarnish effect on the flamer. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's come out all right, I think. You want to learn how to make paper mache? Then yeah, cool. That's cool. Make figure out something small, something relatively simple that you could try to make with that. Look up a tutorial on how to do that, or just have a go at it on your own, and just see if you can make something simple with it. And like try to like make a goal, like say I'm gonna do this weekend, and then just give it a go, because I think it's really easy to say I want to learn how to do this and then never do it. So I think the really important thing is just giving it a go. Five-year plans also help a lot. They can help a lot. I think they haven't worked that well for me because I think that it's kind of a way of putting things on the back burner. For me, I need to give myself very immediate goals. Like, this week, I'm going to do this. Or not even this week, like today or tomorrow morning, I'm going to get up at this time, I'm going to do this. What does 07 mean? It's a man saluting. Like, the 7 is the hand saluting. A salute to everyone who's not in the live stream. Sundew is feeling remembered. Jack, what's up? Gin recommendations? For a really solid general... I mean, there's so many good ones. Like, Four Pillars do just really good standard gins. A lot of them are in the London Dry sort of palette. And they tend to go for around $60 to $80, depending on which one you get. They're just a good London Dry gin. Otherwise, I'm not a huge fan of citrusy gins, but there's a nice Japanese one called Kuromotsu Hatsushika. Wait, is that it? No, that might be a... No, that's a different one. That was a... I'm trying to remember what it is. Oh, it was a sake that I had in Japan that I wanted to try to find here, but I couldn't. So, but... otherwise, there's from Never Never, a distillery in Adelaide. All of their stuff is good. If you can find any of them, they're all good. And they do sell their stuff up here as well. Like, you can find them. I use Citadel or Army Painter or mix. I use Citadel paints and I use Vallejo paints. I very much prefer the Vallejo paints, but I've got a lot of Citadel left over from when I got into painting. But then otherwise, Lael, I forgot the name of the brand, but they do the Green Ant gin, and that shit is so good. Have I ever had Applewood? I haven't. But yeah, I really like the Green Ant gin. I don't know the name of the brand, but they're like, I could probably actually go upstairs and grab it in just a sec if you want. I can show you my favorite gins. If I'm going to order something from Japan and get a Habushu sake. Is that the one Krabby got for me? I'm not sure. Had sake for the first time the other weekend. It's fantastic. It is so good. It's really hard to get in Australia. No bottlers sell it in store, so you'd have to order it. I really should, because I really do like sake. Yeah, I'll just do these little details here, and then I'll duck upstairs and I'll grab my my favorite gins that I'll show you. Oh, I'm making an absolute mess here. This is really bad, actually. And all relax you back. Welcome back, Aaron. It's nice you're still using Citadel kind of training wheels until you can gauge the colors for other brands. Yeah, I would say that Citadel are really good for most things. Their contrasts are good. My issue with Citadel is their white. So Corax white is dog shit, and it's really clear when you're using a Citadel paint that has their white pigment in it. Like, their white pigments are just bad. But yeah, I have had really good experiences with all of the Vallejo paints that I've used. Yeah, I'll go and grab a couple of gins that I really like. One sec. You went to get a Yasushi sake and they had one left, but it had floaters in it, so I think it was off. Oh, interesting. Right, hang on. Yeah, I'll go grab a couple of gins that I would recommend, Lael. One sec. Hey, I am back. Sorry about that. It took me a bit to find the ones I was looking for in the alcohol cupboard. All right. All right. What did I miss? Femboys? Did someone say femboys? The Bible says you're one, not supposed to be friendly with everybody, and two, to stone abominations at the city gates. Okay. Yeah, so, three, gins that I recommend. So Never Never is a really nice distillery in Adelaide. I know that you can find their gins elsewhere. A lot of their stuff is really good. This was one of the ones that they had while we were down there, Beeswax and Olive. This one was really, really good. Liked this one a lot. But they have lots of really interesting stuff. So they do a good London Dry. They have a really nice one that they call a Grenache. So it's a gin that's made with Grenache grapes. So it's like this weird in between a gin and a wine. It's really tasty. Just for really just tasty, solid gin flavor. It's I don't know how to describe it. This is just a really nice. It's similar to a London Dry, but it's kind of, I don't know. It's just tasty. I'm really bad at describing it. The Green Ant gin. Also, it has ants in it, which is really cool. They're just floating around in there. It's like tequila with the snake in it, except they've just got ants in there. Almost out of this one, so I will need to get more. But yeah, fucking love this one. Very much recommend it if you can find it. And then otherwise, Four Pillars. I'd say that they're probably more accessible than something like Never Never. Most places carry Four Pillars in Australia. And it's just solid. The olive leaf is really smooth. It's got a lot of oil to it, so it goes down easily. Do I munch them? I don't think I've actually gotten any of the ants out of the bottle yet. They always seem to avoid the lip. I'm hoping to get, like, I reckon I'm gonna get to the end and I'm just gonna have a shot of ants. It's gonna be awesome. The ants to make it taste more acidic. No, the green ants are actually kind of sweet. Yeah, they've got an almost sweet sort of flavor to them. And I know this because even though I haven't munched on any of the ants out of this, I also have a green ant hot sauce that has a similar, almost sweet flavor profile to it. It's really nice. But yeah, those would be my three recommendations. Four Pillars is just it's just a decent, they have a lot of different things from their brand. Four Pillars are always good. I wouldn't say that any of their stuff is amazing, but they are consistently good. I would say that the Green Ant gin is probably my favorite standard gin flavor. It's the closest thing that I have to it's probably the best thing I have that's similar to a London Dry. The hot sauce is what Krabby got me. Yeah, he got me the hot sauce with the green ants in it. But yeah, this is my favorite thing that's in a London Dry sort of profile. And then for lots of really interesting and wacky gins, Never Never do a lot of really good stuff. About tonic, I don't do tonic because I'm not a fan of tonic because when you have the gin with the tonic, generally all you can taste is the tonic, and it's like, come on, I have this really nice gin. Some gins, they only get better with tonic, but I generally just prefer to have the gin neat or with a slice of dehydrated orange. Hello, Absolution. You arrived during the gin recommendations section of this stream. Crazy, you've had friends try chocolate covered in ants and they said it had a nice contest of acidity from the ants against the sweetness of the chocolate. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's specifically green ants have they have a particular flavor to them. Food that makes the gin last longer. I mean, you could just sip on it. You like, because when you're having the gin neat, you have less of it, but you're not knocking it back as quickly because it's more potent. So it's more of a tasting thing. Honestly, with everything that's happening right now, you'd like some wine. Brother, wait until you're 18. Oh, it's 21 in the States, isn't it? Wait until you're 18. Yeah, I would say avoid the alcohol while you're young, because that shit fucks with your development. But yeah, I get you, mate. Like, sometimes things are just rough. As long as you have a network of people that you can talk to about your problems, and you can find something to do that makes you feel good about yourself, I reckon, like, you should be okay. If you're adding too much tonic, you stick with Bombay Sapphire because it's hard to get more boutique brands. The state controls all the liquor sales. Yeah, Bombay Sapphire is solid. It's not my favorite, but it's decent. I've had it. I've got some in the cupboard upstairs at the moment, but I don't really drink it because I've got other gins that I prefer. You've had some before? Oh no, yeah, and like some alcohol's fine. I would just say, like, if you go to a party and people are getting fucking wasted, like I would generally recommend not being one of the people in the friend group who gets sloshed. You're a dual citizen in the US and Canada, so you just go up to Canada for a drink since they have a younger drinking age. Yeah, fair enough. Don't be like you and get drunk, crawl under a table, and fall asleep multiple times. Never been to a party? I would say, just personally, for like high school parties where people are drinking, you're not missing out on much. I've never really been like the high school party kind of guy. It's not that crazy. Like, at like friends get-togethers and stuff, where people were drinking, I was always the person that'd be going home because I'd be working the next day. I'd go home early, and it's just like the shit that I would hear of what happened afterwards. It's just like, oh yeah, you missed out when such and such vomited on the floor. You missed out when such and such broke the lamp, and it's like, okay, awesome. I'm glad I went home early. Parties for the most part suck. Parties are overrated unless you're actually friends with those people. Yeah, like that's another thing is, like, I never really did a lot of the high school parties because my high school friend group was pretty small, and so it's like the quote unquote parties that I'd go to would just be like the immediate friend group, and yeah, it'd just be like people sitting around playing games or just drinking alcohol, drinking too much alcohol, getting drunk, and then throwing up and like pulling a door off its hinges or breaking a lamp, and I'd have gone home by that point anyway. It's the vomit selfie, the infamous vomit selfie. Yeah. most people are either the people that went to a lot of parties in high school, or people that had a real life after graduating, or you're like me and you didn't go to a lot of parties in high school, and now you work retail and stream yourself painting Warhammer. Let's fucking go. In high school, you were the guy who floated around all the friend groups, like the sports teammates and the nerds, so you went to most parties? Yeah, we had, well, like, we had in our friend group in high school, there was someone who was kind of like that, who he'd, like, float around all of the friend groups, and so it was like everybody knew him, and his house was the party house. And, yeah, that was where a lot of shenanigans happened. But yeah, I never really got involved in a lot of that stuff. I think Americans have a lot more of a party culture to Australia. Yeah, because like when I say party, it's not like when I think of like American party, I'm thinking like, yo, there's the punch bowl and all that sort of shit. No, it's like no, like when I'm saying Australian party, it's just like you have the boys around to someone's house, and someone has managed to get their hands on alcohol. And everyone's just like sitting in the like in the living room. Most of the lights are off, and it's just like someone's playing music quite loud off a Bluetooth speaker, and everyone's just fucking wasted. And then there's like two people in the corner who haven't drunk anything, and they're just like talking to each other quietly. Someone's brought their Nintendo DS. There are other people just like playing Wii Sports. Like it's just, or someone's found a bug zapper, like the bug zappers that are shaped like the tennis racket, and they're just smacking people with it. Dude, if you drink Bacardi wine, it sits in your stomach for 15 minutes and evacuates through your mouth as if it was never there. You've never engaged in a more peaceful vomit. I don't think I want to know, honestly. It varies based on school for the most part. Like it can be 5 to 10 or 30 to 3 or 30 to 100. Yeah, no, the parties that I was involved in at school were definitely the 5 to 10 people range. Honestly, it's probably more like the 4 to 10. Yeah. Wonder who was zapping people. Oh man, that was so good. That was so fun. I look very fondly back on the bug zapper lail. I'm so sad I don't have the video of that shit. You attended one where there were like 250 people and you left very quickly. Yeah, I could not like, I don't see the point in going to like a big party where you don't know anyone. There were some with like 30 people or so. Yeah, I know that like that's like the one where Ben fell through the wall. And even those ones, it's like, man, it's just like, I'm just talking to the people I know. It's just like, it's a party. There's a lot of people there, but really it's just like everyone is sticking to their own groups. And it's like, what's the point of having all these people here when no one's interacting? Because it's not like a party with 30 people. It's a party with like 5 groups of 6 people. And it's like, oh, okay. So everyone's just like in their own little circles talking to each other. It's like at that point, it's like, why are we doing this? I think the video is on the Facebook group and on your old phone, which you lost everything when you fell in the pool that time. Your fondest party memory was fighting a cop with a sword. What? Excuse me? Am I reading that correctly? Fighting a cop with a sword? Hello? Based corn follower. Blood for the blood god. You fought a cop with a longsword. Hang on. You had the longsword or the cop had the long... Okay, baton versus longsword. What? Why did you have a... Why did you have a longsword? And why were you fighting the cop? And why was the cop engaging you with a baton? Like, why did they not just tase you when they saw you had a longsword? And you are by no means a small man. What? I have so many questions. Acid trip fights. Never underestimate crackhead strength. He's an honorable man. The police officer accepted the duel. Real man will never back down from a duel. You live in a state where trial by combat is a real thing. He brings honor to his family. Swords are a typical fight at parties. I don't know what kind of parties you guys have over there. Swords are not a typical sight at parties in Australia. Like, hello? This cannot be like, this cannot be a rare perspective, surely. Like, who owns a longsword? I mean, I wish I owned a longsword, honestly. That would be fucking sick. But who owns a longsword? It was like last time as well, Francois was talking about how he took a sword to Iraq. It's like, why did you have a sword in the first place? Is it just like something that's just like everyone in France, or like, so everyone in the US just has like a sword that they just keep in their cupboard? You do. All of your uncles, you're getting one. What is with this? Why? Imagine a drunk 6 foot, 225 pound teenager reading your cop the right to duel. What? You don't have a sword? I don't have a sword. Do you have a sword, Muck Muck? You have a sword and armor. Did you have the armor at the time of the duel or no? You have at least one. This is a secret American tradition. Yeah, this is the correct use of the Second Amendment. It's the right to bear arms, and by arms we mean long swords. You have 2 long swords, Witcher blades, live steel, plus a cavalry saber. A crusader barrel helmet. That's why does everyone here have fucking swords? Like, we're not a large community. What is with this weird, like, cross-section of people we have here? Sell your cloak and buy a sword if you don't have one. Jesus. Is that actual Jesus quote? Swords are awesome. The world should demilitarize and just go back to sword combat, get rid of guns. True. I think we need to bring back we need to bring back like 30,000 man clashes. Go back to medieval combat. Bring back long military campaigns. You need to go back to ancient warfare, not medieval warfare. Because ancient warfare is where you had the massive clashes of people. Fantasy fans that have ready access to swords will buy them. I guess so. Attract a certain demographic. Oh, my name is a type of military munitions that attracts a certain demographic. Surely it's not the name that's brought this demographic here. Imagine China's millions plus infantry armed with just swords and spears versus the rest of the world. Hang on, yeah, China would actually have such a huge advantage in terms of medieval combat. Like, the population buff is real. Like, China and India would just dominate. But, actually, no. Because what would happen is China wouldn't be united because they wouldn't have the fucking... They wouldn't have, like... the modern Chinese military to keep the people in check, which means that China would fragment again, and then we'd have more fucking Chinese dynastic warfare inside the like the country. So really, it'd be chilling. China would just fracture again, like they always did. Samurai are awesome. Samurai are cool. I think that European knights are cooler, and like, look, Chaos. I'm the Japan guy, and European knights. I'm saying that European knights are way cooler than samurai. They have a huge infantry compared to the rest of the world. It's not even close. No, but the issue is that they're gonna fragment because that's just how China had always been. So they're just gonna infight. Take that back. Look, Chaos. Samurai are cool. They're cool. But Japan's iron is dog shit. It's really bad. The reason they have to make katanas the way they did, where they like forge them and fold them 1,000 times, is because their iron was so terrible that it needed to be constantly hammered and folded to remove the impurities, just to get it on par with the iron that they have in Europe and the Middle East. So, like, it gets to the point where it's like their military, basically it is their medieval military was just inferior to knights. Also, single-bladed swords. What? Why would you do that? You can have you can have two edges on the sword. Also, men in plate armor are way cooler than men with like wooden armor and metal helmets. Samurai without the helmets just look like strange monks. They went over who would win on the History Channel, and knights are just better. Yeah, knights were just better equipped than samurai. But also need to remember that most of the time, medieval European armies were not a shitload of knights fighting a shitload of knights. And most of the time, medieval Japanese armies were not a shitload of samurai fighting a shitload of samurai. Vast majority of these armies were peasants with little to no armor and shitty spears. Like, spears are good, but the spears that they had were not good. Like, the knights were the minority, like the fully armored knights were the minority. And then it was the same for the Japanese militaries, where it was like the people with armor were the rich people. Old European steel was shitty too. They got the iron by burning peat that the iron had to bleed in from the mountains. It was similar to Tomahawk on it. Oh, okay, interesting. I wasn't aware. I was always under the impression that European iron was like just inherently of a higher quality than Japanese iron. I think I've mentioned this on stream as well, but I think my favorite period of history that is really overlooked is knights with guns. Like when guns were first starting to come around and you had like knights in full plate armor on horseback just with a fucking flintlock pistol. They just ride up as close to each other as they can and they just fucking blast a hole in their opponent. Like, that is the coolest shit. That's why you love the old world. Yeah, like the Renaissance setting is so cool. We don't get enough Renaissance fantasy. It's always like full medieval or super high fantasy. Most Viking era swords are kind of shitty, but they found some blades. They're called Ulbert swords that were similar to Damascus steel. Right. Okay. Man, I thought that I'd be finishing up this this weapon really quickly today. It is taking me so long. I don't know why I'm taking so long to do this weapon, but I feel like I've done fucking nothing looking at it. Like, it looks the same as when we started today. Been painting for 3.5 hours and it looks the same. Um, looks great to me. Yeah, thank you. I think it's looking good, but it's just like I feel like I've done nothing. It's taking so long. is getting there. I think for these bits we'll need to do them in our bright silver, and then we'll come back over with the orange to turn them gold. I think just for our lead belcher first, we'll do this little recess here. Okay, one moment. I will be right back. I'm just going to quickly go and get a glass of water. Can't wait to get a night. The nights are so cool. I'm so glad I got them. Just got a weather warning. Ooh, uh-oh. Just glad to finally sit down and paint. This week's been another busy hell ride. And I'm not envious of the shit that you have gone through in the past probably month or two. Just seems like it's one thing after another. Yeah, it's the opposite for me, where I'm happy to sit down and paint right now, because I'm not going to be able to sit down and paint for a bit over a week. Because I'm going to be, I've got to get ready for my brother's wedding and then be flying out of state, and then I'll be staying down there for a little bit. So that'll be pretty full on. Bit stressed out about that, but it'll be good once it's done. Okay, we are almost there. I think this is coming along pretty well. Mostly stems from the hurricane and getting ready for winter emergencies, but you're trying to put it towards getting your basement organized so you can expand your workshop and finally start recording. Alright, yeah, you mentioned that you were in the midst of cleaning up your basement. What night is this anyway? This is a Knight Questoris. It's being built as an errant, I believe. I believe errant is the twin melter cannon plus the chainsword. So it's this fella right here with the shoulder pads there and there. Yeah. Okay, so for this one here, you're painting your Morkanaut right now, so hopefully one day they can both fight. Maybe. What is a Morkanaut? Is that a it sounds like an orc vehicle. 40k. Is this a thing? Morkanaut. Okay, it is. Yeah, that's so cool. Hang on. That's awesome. Yo, that's sick. I have not seen a Morkanaut before. We can start getting our bright silver back on the other bits that we've missed. And then turn this gold, and I think it should start looking really good as soon as we start turning this bright silver to gold. Yeah, I think that when I turn the trim gold, it will definitely look a lot better. And it'll feel like I've done a lot more. Just because the silver trim is really underwhelming. Got quiet. I think everyone's hyper-focusing. Yeah, I'm pretty quiet as well because I'm careful. Yeah, I'm also hyper-focusing. I'm trying not to ruin the red on the shield. Building field ordnance batteries. Right, once I finish going around with this, I'm going to swap over to my tiny brush just to do all the edges and details. Because I do not trust myself to do that with this this blue synthetic brush. I think we can come back through with our tiny brush now. I'll just do this bit while I can see it. Well, actually, no, I'll probably do that in the Hachette copper. Yeah, because I'm going to do most of my details on this in Hachette copper. Although... Oh, actually, no, yeah, okay. I figured out what I'm going to do. So, tiny brush time. Drawing something that makes you a little happy. Or drawing is something that makes you a little happy. Yeah, I think that if you can find something that makes you feel good, then it's good to do that. And I think that, yeah, creative things like drawing or painting or all those sorts of things, they're really good because it makes you feel like you're doing something. And it takes a lot of focus. One thing that I've been enjoying a lot lately outside of painting is I've been learning 3D modeling in Blender. I've been doing the famous donut tutorial. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, I've been having a great time with that. shit. Whoops, that's the wrong color. Bright silver we want, not the dark silver. Okay, there's that bit. And then we've got... Back, your Wi-Fi's been shitty. All good, mate. Happens to all of us.
You've returned, now you have sandwich. Jealous? Starting to get a little hungry myself. In fact, I think I'll try to wrap this up soon-ish, probably next half hour or so. Because I'm getting a little hungry, and I want to work some more on the video that I've been working on for ages now. I don't want to burn myself out completely. Just ate Whataburger, so you're finally fine. I see. You've been the power of burger. Just mental resurrection. You meant fine, but the text thing is being stupid. Right, okay. I thought you meant that you ate you ate Whataburger and all of your issues had vanished. Like, I ate Whataburger, so I'm finally fine. Like, it's all done. We're good. We'll probably want these rivets to be gold, actually. Well, I say gold, but the hashed copper. Because I've got my bright gold, which is the silver plus orange, and then I've got my regular gold, which is the hashed copper here. And I think I'm going to need to go into the Warhammer store at some point. If that were true, you'd be more than just fine. You'd be wonderful. Yeah, I am very nearly out of this paint. There's like nothing coming out. Please. There we are. Hey. Don't have any wet paint on my hands, do I? We'll see. No, we're all good. That one kid who eats a lot but stays skinny. Hey, just like me for real. I'm a feaster. Honestly, I'm probably underweight. I need to eat more. Because I eat a lot, but I guess I don't eat I eat a lot when I do eat, but I only eat 2 meals a day. It's just breakfast and dinner usually. Unless I get up really early, then I'll have lunch as well. That's probably why I'm fine in terms of weight. Endomorphs need like 5 small meals a day. What is an endomorph? Is that blanket term for all creatures with a skeleton on the inside? Behind endomorph. Person with a soft round body, a soft round build of body and a high proportion of fat tissue. So is that specifically is that just specifically people with higher fat builds? Hamster? Hamster? Do you mean hamster? Is it the word person was in that definition? I don't know if I'd throw hamster under the under the category. Sorry, ectomorph. I got them reversed. I'm assuming ectomorph is the skinnier people. Ectomorph. A person with a lean and delicate build of body. Right. Okay. If you're skinny, you need multiple small meals to keep up with your metabolism while not overstuffing yourself. Yeah, I do feel like I have quite a fast metabolism, and so it's like I will get hungry during the day, but just because of the way my schedule is, I will generally just have breakfast when I wake up, and then if I am up early, then I'll have lunch, and then I'll just push till dinner, and I have dinner relatively late, and I just fucking feast. Whereas I imagine for people with slower metabolisms, it's better for them to have fewer larger meals, just so that they can just put it in the tank there and then just let their body work on it. Giving it to a few regular meals helps large people with portion control. They'll get full and theoretically stop eating. Okay, makes sense. Actually, no, I should not do this in the hash at copper. Let's see if we can take that off, and we'll do that in a bright gold. What we will do is that recess in lead belcher. Oh. You're 185 centimeters tall and 61 kilos. Tuna packets keep you alive during the hurricane when you're burning so much energy. Wow, you are quite light. Wow, because I'm 179 centimeters, and I think I'm around 64, 65 kilos, so you must be quite skinny. But I do love just like the little round tins of tuna. Shit goes so hard. You're less than 5% body fat. Holy shit. That is quite low. Is that why you know this sort of stuff about like diets and that sort of thing? Did you see a dietitian or something? To be like, why the fuck am I this skinny? You only weigh like 140, you're not even that fat, and yet you don't like your weight. What is 140 pounds in kilos in like, you know, real measurements? I'm bad at the pound to kilogram conversion. Isn't it like 2.4 pounds to a kilo or something like that? $63.5 kilos. I mean, that's not super light. That I feel like for someone that's around 6 foot to be like around 6 foot or a little shorter than 6 foot, that's like on the skinny end. Because I'm just shy of 6 foot and I'm around that, and I'm pretty skinny. You also don't like the fact that you grow facial hair? Yeah, Chaos, it's... Look, if you're lucky, as you get older, your Chaos... Oh, sorry, as you get older, your facial hair will become less patchy. I'm not that lucky. My facial hair is just bad. It does not join up, but sometimes, like some people, as they get older, their facial hair does start to look good and it joins up and it's nice and thick. And if you're one of those people, then you've won. Then you can get a sick beard. As if you consider maybe you're a femboy. Technic, you are talking to a literal child. I would be very careful with how you refer to him. This is not a Minecraft YouTube channel. We do not do that here. You're 5'10" and 200 pounds. I'm not good with the conversions and shit, but I don't think that's. I think that's like within relatively normal range. Depends on your build as well. Yeah, that seems like that's normal range, no? It's a description. Yeah, it's a description. I would say that that description has certain connotations with it, usually. You're wearing long baggy clothes and you like them more than your wool clothes, and as a joke you put your shoulder out and you like to might be one which scares you. That's like the most distinct like visualization I just got. I did not like that. That's really funny though. You've got to paint a face trying to break out the psycho. Oh, the tiny brush. You'd say it's just a certain build, not necessarily meant in a sexual manner? Yeah, fair enough. But look, Chaos, it might scare you now, but look, maybe you might find that you like presenting yourself that way. Power to you, brother. You mean you want to be skinny? Well, I mean, it sounds like you already are skinny. Like, how tall are you? Not buff? Oh, yeah, because, yeah, like, you don't necessarily need to be ripped. Also, it attracts a very particular group of women known as goths. Yo, you're in. You're in, mate. Okay, so how do we want to do this? We want the skull to be gold. And then there are 3 layers. Low, oh, I guess there's 2 more layers. So there's low and there's medium. We want, so we want it to go gold, silver. Means that it's gold down the bottom. We'll do it all in silver, and then we'll figure out how we join it all together when we come through with the orange. Yeah, 6'1" and 135 pounds. Yeah, and that is on the very, very skinny end. Like, is that within healthy range, or is that slightly under? Like 5'11" and 140 pounds. That seems fine, Chaos. Like, that's a, yeah, that's fine. That's honestly quite light. So I don't think you need to worry about your weight. The skeleton build. Yeah, like Chaos, just based on that weight and that height, I would say do not worry about, or do not try to lose weight, because that is, like, if you were to lose weight where you currently are, that would actually be unhealthy. And, like, you're still young. As you go through puberty properly and shit, like, everything will shift around, and you might like the way you look as you get older. I would not focus on trying to lose weight, because, yeah, like, shit changes in, like, the next 5 or so years for you. Don't, like, yeah, it is what it is. You're technically underweight, but the fact that you can lift nearly your own weight means the doctors aren't worried. Right? Okay, yeah. Like, you've got the muscle mass to support yourself. There's yeah, okay, because yeah, there's no fat there, but you do have enough muscle mass. Man, I really thought that we'd be finishing this this gun today. But I don't think we will be. I think I'm gonna apply this this layer of bright silver and then probably call it. Because I just keep finding more and more details that I want to pick out. And I'm getting hungry. Which means that I'm making a mess. I keep making mistakes now because I'm like, come on! Let me finish! You just have to be careful because if you get sick for an extended period of time, because you have no fat to burn off and you can't eat. Yeah. Yeah, that does seem like a bit... Is that why you're like constantly, or that's why you're more diligent on preparing for the winter and shit, is because like if you run out of food and you can't go out, then like because you're snowed in or something like that, I could see that being an issue. Wait, do you get snow where you are or no? Where you are or no? I kind of assumed that you did. Okay. Yeah, I really thought I'd finish this damn gun today, but it is not happening. Okay, yeah, I reckon I'm gonna call it for the day. I'm so hungry, I cannot think properly. But we're making good progress. Yeah, it's coming along nicely. I think that a stripe on the shield for the gun might be worth it, because it is a bit plain as is. Maybe just like a black stripe across it could be good. Yeah, it's honestly I'm pretty happy with how this is coming along. And I think it will be banger when we are done. Because yeah, it's just finish off the weapon and then do the legs. Alright. Yeah. You do get snowed in like once a year for a day or two, but right now you're extending your supply stores for
3 days to 2 weeks so your kids feel safe. The hurricane caused a lot of trauma. I can imagine. Yeah. But have a good lunch and dinner. Yep, I will catch you guys later. I'm gonna go and feast on something. I don't know. I have to check the fridge, see what we've got up there. But yeah, I'm gonna catch you guys all later. Thanks for watching. Just a PSA. This is probably, I'm not gonna have any streams next week because there's a lot of prepping for my brother's wedding and then flying down there, and there's gonna be stuff happening down there. So won't be anything next week. But I will try to see if I can get that video I've been promising out sometime during the week. But yeah, I will keep you all posted. I'll see you all later. Yeah, I'll see you guys when I get back. Bye-bye.